test check. All right. Um, Let's get started. So to the,
Ready to go?
yeah, to the chair, yeah, let's get started.
Okay, it's 9:40. I'll call the meeting to order. Attendance, Jenica? Here? Sebastian? Nick? Kathy, or Dana? Here. Bob? Myself, Melvin, here. So that's for the, everybody read the minutes from the previous meeting? If someone, you move by Donna, moved by Donna. Second by Jenica. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you. And then through the chair, our first application for this hearing, it's scheduled to be heard at 9:45 a.m., so we'll wait till then. And then just noting, the committee member Dale is not here today, so Melvin is the acting chair. Thank you. Okay, through the chair, it's 9:45 a.m. Through the chair, did you, just wanted to check, were you going to ask if there was any pecuniary, any kind of conflicts of interest with the committee members? Yes.
Has anybody got any conflict of interest in any of the applications? If not, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so through the chair, our first application is a minor variance application, A25281, 208 Cochrane Road, Hamilton. The applicant is L. Angelici, apologize if I mispronounced your name, and owners are I. Mendez and Y. Mendez. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Your speaker's not opened up, sir.
I think he's muted, yeah.
My
He's on
apologies. My apologies. I'm Len Angelisi of Len Angelisi Design, 270 Sherman Avenue North in Hamilton. I've read the staff comments. They're supportive of the application, so I have nothing further to add. Happy to answer questions.
I see the neighbor is in favor of it, so.
Yes.
And go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Moved by Donna, second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? If not, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And through the chair, we'll wait till 9:50 a.m. to hear the next application. Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application, A26001, 56 Seabreeze Crescent, Stony Creek. I believe we have Hamilton Conservation Authority staff are here. I don't know if they wanted to speak first. Are you here?
Hi, good morning. I'm Mickey Hobbs, planner with Hamilton Conservation Authority. We are available to answer any questions if there are any regarding HG's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, it's Len Angelisi again, Len Angelisi Design, 270 Sherman Avenue North here in Hamilton. We have read the comments and we have spoken with Hamilton Conservation staff. We want to proceed with their suggestion of tabling the hearing at this time while we work out revising the design of the dwelling with them.
Anybody have any comments, questions?
Given the fact that we have the letter from the Conservation Authority and the designer applicant just recognized it, I'd like to add a condition for the application to, they must meet the satisfaction of the Hamilton Conservation Authority to proceed and have the required permits from them. Make that an additional condition.
Okay.
No, he doesn't.
Are you okay with that?
Through the chair, I just wondering, was the agent recommending tabling the application?
Yes.
I believe, yes. Yeah,
Oh, he was recommending tabling it?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's why Hamilton
Okay, sorry,
Conservation
I didn't
Authority
catch
was
that.
in attendance. Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to table it then, are you, the application?
Yeah, we would like to table it, and we're going to work with Hamilton Conservation staff to get to a point where the the proposed design will meet their satisfaction and have their approval. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch
So
that.
then we should put it in as a condition that he's going to work with the Conservation Authority?
We can't get a building permit any other way.
Condition.
I think what he's asking is that, or what he's saying is that they want to table it.
Yeah,
So we should make a motion to table the application.
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's fine. I was trying to give him a note, the fact that he can proceed subject to his approval that he says he's going to get from the Hamilton Conservation Authority.
Oh,
Which
okay,
means-
okay.
Which means he won't have to come back.
I think what might happen there is the current design will never meet their approval. And it makes more sense to table it as whatever redesign might have different variances than what we're applying for at this point. So I think at this point, it actually makes more sense to table.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll take that
understand.
back and
He requested the tables, we need a
make a
motion.
motion to table it instead.
Moved by Bob to table, second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? Carried, so it's tabled.
Thank
Make
you.
arrangements for another meeting then.
Okay, and thank you, and to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you shortly in terms of next steps in terms of how to proceed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. And, okay, and it's now moving on. We have a minor variance application, A26006, 297 East 36th Street, Hamilton. Agent is Infinite Design and Consulting Services Limited at apologize if I mispronounce your name, Amanuli. Owners N. Mutafar, N. Al Talib, and A. Mutafar Al Talib. Those are the owners. Are there any members of the public wish to speak on this application? Okay, please step up. Please provide your name and address, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And after you speak, if you can fill out an interested party form, it's just behind you. Thank you. Over there on the podium, at the podium, please.
My name is Paul McKenzie. I reside at 904 Fennel Avenue East. The home has been in my family for shy of 70 years. I am now surrounded by rental properties. The development of another home in the backyard of a home is not needed. The home that is asking to be built, the home has already been, the original home has already been converted to a duplex. I am now surrounded in my home by rental properties with owners that do not take care of their properties. It degrades from my property. They talk about gradients on the property. They have been adjusted over the years. So flooding is an issue for me that I don't want to have to deal with, and I really don't want another road running behind my home. Again, how much infill do we need in this city? I would ask all the councillors, do you want this? Would you like this built in your own backyards? I think the answer is no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, can you fill out an interested party form? Just behind you there. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the resident for your comments. Just for your reference, the Committee of Adjustment is not made up of councillors. These are all citizen members. Yeah, just letting you know that. If there's ever any questions about the transportation or any of the drainage, please contact the staff before the hearing, and we can definitely get you in touch with staff to talk about it. Okay, and the staff comments were posted on the website, usually a week before the hearing, so you can always review that, and if you have any questions, let us know. And my business card is there too, if you ever wanted to contact us. Okay, thank you.
Can we hear from the applicant? Give your name and address, please.
Sorry, is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application?
Yes, there is.
Yes, please provide your name and address, and yeah, you have 5 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Name and address, please.
My name is Judith McCarthy-Dawson. I live at 9 East. The property in question backs onto our property. House has already been made into a duplex, and as the other speaker spoke to us, indicating we are surrounded now by duplexes.
Any more else to say?
Yes,
Go ahead. So that's that all for you?
my name is Judith McCarthy-Dawson.
Yes,
Hi.
we got that.
Oh, sorry, what was your address again? Sorry, through the chair.
Panel.
912 Fennel Avenue East.
Okay. Okay, did you have any other
Sorry,
comments?
it's very bad echo.
Yeah, no. Yeah, maybe if you switch on your headphones.
Any other comments? Have you any other comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Currently, with the design that they have planned,
I didn't understand what you said.
Is your audio okay? Oh. You can always try to disconnect and reconnect, or you can always use the phone in option as well. Or, oh, maybe that'll.
hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead. You're not. Can you hear us or not?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if you got any more comments, please.
Sorry, I don't know why, but there's a bad echo.
Yeah, did you want to maybe disconnect and you can always use, there's a phone in option, maybe try to use your phone, see if that'll work. Yeah, do you want to give that a try? Yeah, through the chair, maybe she's disconnected. I don't know, did we want to wait or do we want to just maybe see if
We
anyone else?
proceed?
Yeah. Maybe we can see, is there anyone else who wants to speak on this application? A26006, 297 East 36th Street, Hamilton. Okay, I don't know, through the chair, if you want, we could just maybe go to the applicant or agent first and then maybe come back to this
Yeah,
resident.
go to the applicant and we
Yeah,
come back.
is the applicant or agent here? Yes, please come up, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Do I have to hit the button here? Or it's already on? Okay. Michael Emanuel, Infinite Design and Consulting Services Limited. I am the applicant and authorized agent speaking on the owner's behalf. My address is 243 Consulate Road, Mississauga, Ontario. So firstly, good morning, members of the committee. I'm representing the owners of 297 East 36th Street. The subject property is generously sized lot for the neighborhood, measuring approximately 699 square meters. It currently comprises a single-story detached dwelling with a footprint of approximately 89 square meters. We're proposing to construct a detached ADU in the rear yard. To do so, we request relief for two specific provisions in the zoning bylaw, section 4.33.2. The first relief request is for section 4332, sentence 1. The bylaw permits a maximum gross floor area of 75 square meters for a detached ADU, and we are proposing 85.98 square meters. The second relief request is for sentence 2 of the same. The bylaw requires that the ground floor area of the ADU not exceed 70% of the principal dwelling's ground floor area, and we are proposing a ratio of 95.90%. The justification via the four tests, we believe this proposal satisfies the four tests of the minor variance. First test, does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Yes, the property is designated neighborhoods in the urban Hamilton official plan. The plan permits residential intensification, provided it respects the character of the surrounding area and remains subordinate to the primary dwelling. By utilizing a larger rear yard for a modest single-story unit, we are providing housing stock that respects the existing scale of the community. Test number 2, does it maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Yes, the intent of section 4332 is to ensure the ADU remains subordinate to the main house and does not overdevelop the lot. The high percentage ratio of 95.90% is a statistical anomaly caused by the existing principal dwelling being quite small, only 89 square meters, rather than the ADU being excessively large. If we look at the total living space, including the basement of the principal dwelling, it is actually 179.32 square meters. So the proposed ADU is roughly 48% of the total, ensuring it remains functionally and visually subordinate. Test 3, is it desirable for the appropriate development of the land? Yes, we specifically chose a single-story design rather than a two-story structure that might have complied with the footprint ratio allowed under the current zoning bylaws. This is for two reasons. One, it's to respect the characteristics of the existing neighborhood, as the area is primarily composed of bungalows and 1.5-story homes. A two-story ADU, which is allowed under the zoning bylaw, would be imposing and out of character with the streetscape. It would also affect sightlines for the neighbors, which we are conscious of, and taking that into consideration with the roof lines. Second reason is accessibility. A single-story layout allows for accessible living, which is highly desirable for this type of unit. A design choice minimizes massing and better serves future occupants. And finally, test number 4, is it minor in nature? Yes, the variance is minor in terms of its impact on neighbors and the property itself. The lot coverage, for instance, this is the most critical comparison. In an R1 zone, the bylaw typically permits a maximum lot coverage of 40%. Our proposal, combining the existing house and the new ADU, results in a total lot coverage of only 25.12%. So we are nearly 15% below the standard maximum allowable coverage. This demonstrates that the lot is not being overdeveloped. Rather, we are simply redistributing the allowing massing into a separate structure. And we are also respecting the setbacks that are dictated under the zoning bylaw. So in summary, and having reviewed planning staff comments, which are in favor of the approving of the minor variances, we agree with. And I believe the proposal is consistent with the neighborhood's character, maintains significant open space on the lot itself, well below maximum coverage limits, and provides accessible housing to an area that we desperately need as housing stock. Thank you.
Do you want to hear from the,
Yes, through the chair, I believe the resident is back. Did you want to speak?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, go
good.
ahead.
My name is Judith MacArthur Dawson. I live at 912 Fennel Avenue East. The property in question backs onto our property. As the other persons in council mentioned, we are now surrounded by rental units where the owners are not taking proper care of the units. And this is degrading the quality of our neighborhood. The property in question already has 2 units in it. The addition of another one could end up as a total of close to 12 people living on one set of property. And as for the gross floor area, it could be easily remedied by decreasing it by 1 bathroom. There's also a landscape strip that backs onto our property, and I'm not sure the true purpose of this, but I could see it easily becoming a patio for the unit, and that with the current bushes and trees being removed in the area, that would provide no privacy for us.
Is that your, are you okay with everything else, and are you done with what your questions are? Have you got any other questions?
No, nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Just through the chair, to the residents, thank you for your comments and participating. Just for, again, I do want to let the residents know, I know this resident's indicating that, I'm not sure what happened. She said she only received the notice last night. Again, we do have other means by which we try to notify the public in addition to the notice by mail. But I just, staff are here. You can always contact us, call, email. You can even come in. We're on the 5th floor at Hamilton City Hall. If you have any questions about the application or the process, or about Committee of Adjustment. In terms of there are rental properties in the area, just letting people know that's not something the Committee of Adjustment typically handles. They're only here to address the minor variance application before them and assess whether it meets the 4 tests in the Planning Act, which is the provincial legislation that governs planning and development in Ontario. That's any kind of rental properties in the area that might be regulated, but that would most likely be through our municipal law enforcement, through another department. The additional dwelling units, the provincial government has passed policies indicating that they are to be permitted in established neighborhoods. However, each municipality can establish additional policies or regulations to kind of govern those additional dwelling units. So that's just letting people know that there is a mandate from the provincial government on that. Now, in this instance, the applicant has requested minor variances relating to the gross floor area and the ground floor area to facilitate for those additional dwelling units, and that's why there's now this public process and this public hearing just to assess those variances. Another comment from a resident about an additional driveway. The applicant can answer that. I'm not sure there is being proposed here. And then in terms of any possible flooding issues, as I noted earlier, all the application material, the staff comments and the resident comments, they're all posted on our website. That URL is on the notice of public hearing that was sent out. I don't see any comments from our engineering group relating to any possible flooding issues, but that's just from me reviewing that. But always, members of the public, contact us if you have any questions or issues, and we can always get you in touch with the appropriate staff to speak with them about your concerns. Okay, thank you.
To the applicant, do you have any reply to what the neighbors said?
Yes, so with regards to the grading and flooding, so a proper grading plan will be submitted with permit drawings developed by a civil engineer to ensure that the stormwater or water runoff shedding from the roof will be diverted accordingly to proper swales so it is drained. In some cases, having built these, we've also put in additional measures such as dry wells, which is a 5 by 5 by 5 pit of clear gravel to alleviate some of that additional stormwater from the water shedding. The driveway, we're not widening the existing driveway, we're just extending it to where the ADU will be positioned in the rear lot to ensure that there's adequate parking for the new ADU, and then to ensure that there's not a reliance on tandem parking, having tenants having to shuffle cars around. That's
Okay. Committee, got any questions?
Yes, you mentioned that the extended asphalt driveway was not to be used for parking.
Excuse me,
Okay,
just letting you know, through the chair, after the resident speaks and then the applicant speaks, the committee members are now going to deliberate, okay? It's not, they're going to have their discussion now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve with the comments and notes.
Motion by Bob, second by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, through the chair, we have, the next application is A25, it's a minor variance application, A25287, 163 Albany Avenue, Hamilton. Applicant and owners are both the same, K. Wade and K. Osario. Just letting the committee know, this application was tabled prior to the hearing, so the committee will not have to consider it. And we will be notifying the applicant and the agent, or the agent, how to proceed after this, after the hearing today. Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A26010, 721 Beach Boulevard, Hamilton. Agent is Crooksey's Pub and Kitchen. Numbered company here, 1000207915, Ontario Incorporated, M. Crooks, and the owner is W. Zhang. Okay, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Yeah, please step up.
I just like to comment on the one prior to.
No, we're done with it.
We're ready, yeah, you should have come, yeah, which one was, yeah.
On Albany,
Oh, they actually tabled the application prior to the hearing. If you want, fill out an interested party form, and then we'll notify you about any updates on that application.
We're not going to hear the application today at all.
Yeah, the process here is that they tabled it prior to the hearing, so it's not going to be heard today. Yeah, but do fill out an interested party form there, and then we'll let you. Yes. Yes, I was just about to give you an update. If you see on the notice, it has our website on there, right? And on there, we posted the applicant made their a written request to table the application, and that's posted on the website as well. Yeah. Well, that's where we directed, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, that's fine. You can fill out the interested party form, and then we'll keep you notified. Okay? Thank you.
Beach Boulevard.
Apologies, we'll just come back to 721 Beach Boulevard, A26010. Was there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay.
There's a couple letters from interested parties, so.
Yes, there are some letters there. Okay, if seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good morning, sorry. I have a USB stick. I'm not too sure where I should be plugging that in for a presentation.
No, I already have your presentation, I believe. Yeah, I'll load it up.
Okay, it's a little bit updated, but I also have some handouts just in case.
Did you recognize that the committee is recommend, or the planning's recommend tabling it?
I recognize that it's been asked to table regarding drainage and a encroachment issue. That's what I was to speak to today.
So you want to proceed, do you?
I very much want to
Okay,
proceed.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Is it okay if I just pass out some handouts?
Yeah.
how many years you have on doing it?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Mike Crooks. I reside at 533 Beach Boulevard, Hamilton, Ontario, and we're talking today about 721 Beach Boulevard, otherwise known as Crooksies. First to start off, I mean, I'm nervous a little bit. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, so I appreciate your patience if I stutter along, okay? In 2022, I was fulfilled the dream of owning my own small business inside the community that I love so much. I've been a resident on Hamilton Beach Boulevard now for 17 years and been a very active member of our community. So I'm here today to kind of, let's make this right is kind of my attitude here. I purchased the business with an existing patio that was being used under a temporary patio license, and I continued that process for the first 2 summers, or 3 summers, sorry. And the existing patio was on asphalt with a slight incline, and I took it upon myself to build a deck last year, just to make it safer for my customers and for my good friend in a wheelchair to have a ramp to come into my restaurant. And so I just want to apologize for taking liberties I shouldn't have. So if we go down a couple slides here, we're going to be going to drawings. As of May last year, I submitted a building permit to Hamilton to rectify this situation and get that deck legal. Obviously, some zoning issues arose from it. One being that I'm too close to my neighbor next door, and that my understanding now too is there was fear of encroachment coming onto the sidewalk. So this is an existing deck. That is how it looks as of right now. It currently handles 6 tables on our patio. So just to point out, the deck has no holes. We never dug a hole. It sits on top of the asphalt. Whether or not the deck is there, drainage would remain the same. It's built by 6x2 wood boards with adequate spacing on the surface. We have a very reputable contractor named Huskies that does a lot of work with the Catholic Church and has built some buildings in the downtown core, and just happened to be very good regulars and maybe guided me the wrong way when they suggested the deck and no permits. So again, here to rectify that. Also, you'll notice that the sidewalk is not encroached in any way, shape, or form. I had the intent of shortening the deck there on the one side so that bikes that come off the path further in the back have a nice spot to park their bikes, or on the other side as well is open for bike parking. That also matches up with all surrounding properties that have many fences, built-up garden sheds, or garden beds, and hedges butted up right to the sidewalk, all within the sight line of Crooksies. If we want to move down just a couple of slides. Sorry, just a couple more, that'd be great. Yep, there's our engineered drawings, and that have been submitted to the building department, as well as approvals from the Conservation Authority that has no objections with our patio. And down a couple more slides. Okay, so bottom line is we fit into our community, and like I said, I went out of my way to make it so that we fit in and look like a house. The original concept was a speakeasy, and I did not want a loud and proud facade out front. We have the drive-by effect. I say this all the time for customers that have come once or twice or even 3 times. They drive by our facility without even knowing that it's there. And I say, once you really know it's there, you're good. But it's, as you can tell, not intrusive at all. It's clean, it's safe, it's level, okay? The patio is a trade-off inside in the summer. It's vital to our business. Yes, we are busier in the summer, there is no doubt about it. But it is a trade-off. Customers that come to Crooksies in the summertime, if there is no patio or not a patio of a good size, they move on or they get takeout. They eat the takeout on the path or on the beach, and then I get complaints about the garbage. I'd rather keep them contained and on our patio, give them quick service. We average 58 minutes a service in the summer for a party of 4. We're a quick service restaurant, and I just want to point that out. Majority of our sales happen before 6 p.m. This patio allows us to run at a loss in January, February, and March, and I'm able to maintain my full-time staff while I do so. If we can move down just to the one called the ramp. So the ramp is probably the most important part of this whole project for me. Who knew that 60% of my customers would be over 60? It is just the facts. They are the ones that don't use Uber Eats. They are the ones that have the money to go out for lunch and dinner on the regular, and they love the history that we display inside of our building of the Hamilton Beach community. Furthermore to that, a good friend of mine who is a neighbor on Beach Boulevard as well, unfortunately uses a wheelchair. He is now able to go up that ramp and open the door for his kids and family to walk into my restaurant. Before that, he would have to call ahead. We'd have to put out a temporary ramp and bring unnecessary attention to him and his family. One more slide down, please. As you can see, this has been a business actually for well over a century at 721 Beach Boulevard. But I'll review Pemberton's in the 50s and 60s, Ernie's Lunchbox in the 60s and 70s, convenience stores in the 80s and the 2000s, Harry's Pub in 2015, and Crooksey's in 2022. Bottom line is this has been a business for over a century with limited parking. And so to address some of the negative comments that I read through, I just feel like you moved in here knowing that there was a business, a food service business with limited parking. And we'll just move on from that. So I also reviewed the other emails, and I'm just floored with the amount of support this community came forward. Literally gives me goosebumps, and I'm just so proud to be able to serve them. We're a lucky little place. Two more slides down, please. This is a little bit of bragging. We're a 4.6 restaurant. That leaves us as one of the top restaurants in Hamilton, Ontario. I'm very proud of that. We do 68% food sales in the summer, as opposed to the previous owner that did 90% alcohol sales. We have improved the community by being here alone. If we can go down one more slide. All right, so again, this is a picture of the patio as of 2019 to 2024, actually 2025. This patio has been inspected by AGCO, by fire department, by health department, by law, several times a year. No mention ever of any issues regarding zoning, permitting, or anything. I've been approved time and time again by the temporary patio committee to have this patio, and this is how it looked before I built the deck. And again, it has an incline that causes potential tripping hazards, and that's why I went ahead and I think I'm guilty of just taking my accessibility for my customers over the city bylaws. And again, I apologize for this, and it will not happen again. This next slide, please. I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time. This is my staff, 4 full-time, 10 part-time. 7 live in the beach community, 3 lived or were born in the beach community, and they're concerned. They're concerned about this patio, what their hours look like. I have 4 members of my staff that have gotten health benefits for the first time in their life, and they're worried about their hours being diminished, that they won't qualify. I've assured them that that won't happen. I will have to change a business model should I not be allowed to have the patio at the size that it is. And I also have 4 students that work part-time that expect full-time hours come the summer, and it's based off that patio. Next, please. We service the community. We are a service to the community. We stand basically in the middle of 2 public washrooms, one being located down by the lift bridge, one being at Kingsman Park. We are smack dab in the middle. This is a private access or public access that we've made it public for the people to come off that path. Over 100,000 visitors come to the Hamilton Beach Trail every single summer in a 4-month period. 250 go to the Conservation Authority. 250,000 go to the Conservation Authority. The very first time customers almost always come in off that path, off that beach after enjoying the day, and they come in and ask to use our facilities, which we gladly say yes, because we know we're showing off our business. But if Hamilton continues to promote and encourage people to come down to the Hamilton Beach Trail to use the beach or the path, there's simply a need for our business, such as ours, located exactly where it is with a suitable patio, because guess what? We're Canadian and we love patios and we want to enjoy them in the summer. It just makes sense. Next slide, please. Oh yes, and we are the only dog accessible patio on the beach. Just put up the final part here. I just want to say thank you for the time. Sorry again if I went over. I'm specifically asking for approval today as I need to move forward with the plan. I need to finalize the building permit, plan staffing levels, up or down. Do I upgrade my patio furniture? Spring is coming soon. It's time to make a plan to build, as well as the fact that I just don't have the money or the time to wait on this. We are running out of loss right now, as I mentioned. So no drainage, no encroachments, just a hardworking community builder trying to offer a safe, clean business for his neighbors, visitors to the community, and the surrounding Airbnbs and VRBOs that visit us through the summer. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Any questions from committee?
No questions, just a comment if I could.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like saying no to this application would just be saying no for the sake of saying no. It's a good application. And, you know, it's already existing. It's already in the works. So I would support this application.
Like I went through all the comments, and just to quickly summarize, in favor, there were 20 letters sent in. All of them, as you said, exemplary compliments of the property and the business. Of course, there was 3 against. And those are the things that stick out, obviously. A lot of them is going to be a challenge for you, but I think you've got to keep your neighbors happy at the same time. And you realize that. You're smart. You're a businessman. But when I was there the other day, I noticed in the, what I'm assuming is 5 meters between the property to the left and the edge of the patio. Is that 5 meters or?
It's not 5 meters, no. Well, currently it is not 5 meters. It is less than 5 meters at this point.
Okay. Well,
that's what part of the variance is that we're looking for.
No, that's fine. I was just checking because, you know, things do get changed and et cetera. But one thing that caught my eye was there was 2 grease barrels there. And if I was the neighbor, I'd be a little concerned about that because the grease will attract rodents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They should be in the back.
Can I comment to that?
Sorry, let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
And then that clears that whole area out for, like you said, bicycle parking. Now, there was that steel shed there, which had recycling garbage in it, or not garbage, recycling material. That might be, that's not a bad idea. But the whole point is you still got to keep the neighbors happy. And based on the application being recommended to be tabled by staff, I think you need to allow them to do a complete overhaul again of the application and pick up any other variances that may be required and get it done in one shot. I'd like to agree with, I'd like to say yes. Because I was shocked. It was 1:30 yesterday. 4 people pulled up. One guy let his wife out. He parked the truck, went inside. Another couple walked in, went inside.
Bob and
Margaret. I'm thinking this is not bad of a situation, but you got to work on the around the neighborhood, as they say. So
to the point on the barrels, I just recently switched to a more professional grease recycling company. I've asked the gentleman to pick those barrels up several times now, and he has not. And so I've done my best to try to hide them behind that shed. I'm not proud of that area at all right now. I really would like to clean it up. But I was doing that to facilitate because I simply don't have the room and storage at the back. So like I say, I totally understand that you saw those. And it's an embarrassment for me. And like I say, I tried to put them off to the side. Of the 3 comments, only one I don't know, but they did accuse me of having garbage all over the property and all over the Beach Boulevard, broken bottles. We haven't served a bottle ever. The gentleman that was giving us a very good zoning bylaw email, That gentleman is verbally harasses my customers. He verbally harasses me. He films my staff. He watches them come to and from their cars. I'm intimidated by him, and I do not want to speak to him anymore. My staff are terrified. I have to walk my staff to the car. I have to leave my house, come, and I have to walk to the car because he sits there and stares at them. He's a very intimidating individual. And the other one is a friend of the ex-owner. He is no longer welcome at Crooksy's. Within the first month of my operation, his actions inside the establishment were disgraceful, and I've asked him never to come back again. So just to address those, I just think the committee should know. I didn't want to bring that up. In fact, I tried to omit that slide. I am a very neighborly person, and I know a lot of comments came from my neighbors, but I'm not there to. We've been a little bit more successful than I anticipated, and I would like to. I do talk to my neighbors. That gentleman I do not talk to.
Okay, thank you. I want the staff, do you want to reply?
I was about to ask a question to the staff too, so
Yeah.
maybe we can, I'll just say what I want to say and maybe it overlaps a little bit. What's the risk here that we're looking at? Like, we're talking about nuisance, we're talking about encroachment. Like, if we don't handle this today, like by addressing this and moving it forward, like what's the difference here, especially since there's already a patio? I'll pause there and just see what the response is.
Through the chair, to the committee member, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. Staff today are requesting the application to be tabled to allow the applicant to provide additional plans, plans that are a bit more accurate, showing the survey, the lot line location. So the variances are accurate to the lot lines. I think that's relatively staff's concerns. Yeah, so mainly stemming from the setbacks proposed, because I believe the plans show 0.5 meter setback, but when we look at the plans showed during the slideshow, it appears that the deck is a bit more to the side and not aligned with the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee?
I think too that from the encroachment point of view, a lot of people do think the edge of the sidewalk is the property line. It may not be, and that's what has to be determined. Like your actual property line could be underneath your deck. And we don't know that. Staff don't know that. And boy, you're looking at me, you don't know that. Where the line is, absolutely. So I think it goes back to what the staff are recommending is to table it. And that might solve some of the problems. But then again, if that area is not 5 meters, that might be cause for another variance there. If it's 4.5 or whatever, that might be workable. Or you're going to take the deck and slide it over, which I know you don't want to do. So I think right now I'll make a motion to table the application.
Moved by Bob to table, seconder? Nick, or Sebastian, sorry. All in favor? Opposed? 3 opposed? Motion denied. Needed a motion to,
Do you have a recent survey?
I do not have a recent survey. My landlord was not able to attain one after he purchased. He had just a drawing much like the one I provided of the property lines. I have spoken to my neighbors on both sides. Tom next door, he does business with me as well. His only concern was that we weren't going to make an entrance on that side of the patio where there is a gap right now, that we would leave it the way it is. As I said, we're 7 years now where that fence line has been in place. And regarding encroachment, I can see at least 10 properties from Crooksy's that are butted up right to the sidewalk. Like I say, not just hedges, fences, and built-up gardens.
But that doesn't make it.
I understand the property
where
line.
your property line is. So by the sounds of it from staff, it is the distance and encroachment could be onto city property. So I think your best bet is to get a proper survey.
I understand that. where it's a financial issue at this point, and so, but it is what it is. Without this patio, we're not a business, so.
Right.
I also just want to like mention, like, I could probably move past a lot of the issues around the nuisance, the encroachment. We can put in conditions, but if there haven't been proper, you know, what are they called, drawings submitted, like, how do we move past that? How can we even approve it? Like, the city doesn't even know exactly where the lines are. We don't even know what we're approving. So to me, like, I don't understand how we don't table this. And like, that's just where my position stands.
Yes, I did want to ask that question before I committed to accepting the application. So I may have a different view on that
Okay.
now.
All right, need a motion.
So I'll repeat the motion to have this application tabled, to allow the applicant to dig in and satisfy what the staff are looking for.
Moved by Bob, seconder. Sebastian, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Application tabled. You get your survey to figure that out with the staff and then,
Appreciate it.
Bring
Thank
it
you very
back.
much for your time today.
Sorry, through the chair, was it just Nick you opposed? Okay, all right.
Nick
okay.
opposed it.
Okay, thank you. And to the applicant, staff will be in touch with you shortly about how to proceed, okay? Next. Okay, next we have a minor, sorry, it's a consent application, B25092, 999 Stowe Church Road East, Hamilton. Applicant is A. Godet and owner is D. Boden. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks to the committee for reviewing this application. My name is Derek Bowden. I'm one of the owners of 999 Stone Church Road East.
Have you
Hey
read
everyone, Aaron
the
Cadet
department
here.
with the conditions?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, I think there's an applicant and an agent. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead,
We're
Aaron.
actually not an applicant and an well, there's two applicants. There's no agent. Both of us are co-owners on this property. Just to be clear.
Okay, so A. Godet and B. and D. Go. Okay, you're both.
Yeah, thank you.
That's right.
Okay. Did you want to speak?
As noted, this is the severance request. We're hoping this is a fairly simple matter today, as this is our second time before this committee. We did make an exact request about 2 years ago now, where it was fully approved with conditions, both the severance and minor variance. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen, conditions, we did not fully meet all of the laid out conditions within the past 2 years. We're about 1 or 2 steps away. So unfortunately, we're required to stand here before the committee again today to get this reapproved, and lessons learned, and we'll ensure all the conditions are met in the next 2 years.
Okay, you're okay with the conditions as they are today?
We are. Unfortunately, we're advised we're going to have to go back and deal with each business unit or each department within the city. There were a lot of fees already paid. So we're hoping those fees in certain instances will be able to cover the same condition moving forward. That would be our only request before this committee. I do understand it would be on a department by department basis, but we did want to call that out.
Okay. Committee? Go ahead, Bob.
Are we ready to deal with this, or? Okay, make a motion to approve with the conditions excluding number 9. Number 9 being the noise levels. Okay.
Okay. Seconder? Danica? All in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried with the conditions. And number 9, omit it.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a consent application. B25090, 466 to 490 Highway number 8, Stony Creek. Agent is Landwise K. Gillis. Owner is P Village Facility Incorporated, J. Rubin. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee. My name is Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner at Landwise. My address is 1122 Wilson Street West, Unit 200. I do want to make a clarification on the owner. It's Pine Villa Facility, Inc., just for the record. And also for the record, we've reviewed staff's recommendation and support the recommendation along with the conditions. And we would like to acknowledge the neighbor's letter dealing with the construction of the long-term care facility that's final site plan approved and under construction. Pineville is aware and has made an assessment around the fence and will be in touch to rectify any concerns around that. And happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Committee, any questions?
I'll motion to approve with the proposed conditions.
Seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Great, thank you very much, committee.
Next, we have a minor variance application, A25005, 62 Blindheim Drive, Stony Creek. Agent is Barrick Grenke Surveying Limited, D. Kirkick, and the owners are J. Manzella and M. Manzella. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Darko Jacobina. I'm representing a property 62 Blackham Drive from Barrage Greg Land Surveying and Engineering. Minor variance is a very simple thing. The land is being severed. We meet all the conditions, and the zoning change as the city takes a time for everything. So we applying for the zoning, a difference in a frontage from 10 meters to 12 meters. That's all it is.
Do you have a chance to look at the notes? Are you okay with them?
Yes.
Committee?
I'll motion to approve with all of the proposed notes included.
Sebastian, moved by Don, second by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have A minor variance application, 825282, 3250, and 3260 Homestead Drive, Glanbrook. Agent is Urban Solutions Planning and Land Development Consultants Incorporated, M. Johnston, and the owner is a numbered company, 1333664 Ontario Incorporated, M. Valvasori. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good morning, members of committee, Mr. Chair, and any members of the public and staff in attendance. My name is Matthew LeBlanc, and I am a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions, here on behalf of the numbered company, as mentioned, in care of Mr. Mike and Dave Valvasori of Valvasori Properties. We did have a chance to review the staff report and are in support of the recommendation for approval. I do have a brief presentation prepared, but in the interest of time, I'm willing to skip over it and answer any questions if that's the committee's preference.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions from the committee? Donna?
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Moved by Donna, second by Janica. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, 825283, 8035 Leeming Road, Glanbrook. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates Limited, F. Kleibofer and J. Thomas. I apologize for mispronouncing the name. Applicant R. Milligan and owners are D. Knox and J. Milligan. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, committee and staff. My name is James Thomas, planner at AJ Clark and Associates, 25 Main Street West. Justin, I believe I have a presentation that was submitted. If we could open that up for me.
Yep, give me a moment.
Yeah.
Did you see the recommendation for tabling?
Yes, I did see the recommendation for tabling.
So you want to continue to?
I'd like to make a presentation and hopefully get a decision.
I just want to make
and-
sure that you, yep, okay.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We can just start the next slide, save some time there. Okay, the purpose of the minor variance application is to allow for multiple generations to live on the family farmlands together while securing the current owner's safe retirement goals and living accommodations. To accommodate a growing family, a much larger home than currently exists, which is about 1,100 square feet. Additionally, many may understand that no matter how much we may love our parents, sharing a roof with them may not always be desired. The applicant, the owner's son, is preemptively requesting the variances to permit the existing dwelling as an ADU once their new home is built. The approval of this variance would provide them the assurance from the city before proceeding and purchasing the lands, preparing the plans, permits, and supporting materials required, constructing the house, and coming back. Without the assurance, the current owner may need to sell the family farmlands outside of the family and move from their current home that has been painstakingly renovated and maintained. Next slide. Here's an aerial image of what exactly is being proposed. In red, you can see the existing dwelling and barns, as well as the proposed location of the future dwelling building envelope in yellow. Next slide, please. Just panning out and reorienting. The image here clearly illustrates that the proposed future dwelling is located in the most logical position. It's located at a high point in elevation between two intermittent streams under the control of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. A buffer exceeding natural heritage policies is provided from these streams. The location is also safely located away from a designated littoral zone, the pond on site. This location also ensures that the lands currently farmed are maintained, leading to no loss in agricultural lands. Next slide. Staff have suggested that the proposed variance does not meet the intent of the RHOP, the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, because the new primary dwelling does not exist and an ADU is not permitted in the front yard. And this application seeks to resolve both of these matters now, just ahead of the building permits. As of right, the owner can submit a building permit for the new home. A request would then be made to temporarily keep the new home or the existing home until the new one is built. This would require the applicant to agree to demolishing the existing house and pay securities up front to do so. The existing dwelling, if desired to be retained, would not be converted to an ADU until a change of use permit is issued. At this point, a minor variance application could be required to address the matter, which would bring us right back to where we are today. We've read the staff comments and recommendations and would suggest a conditional variances upon receipt of building permits for a new primary dwelling that would allow for the existing dwelling to be converted to an ADU located in the front yard. Next slide. Now, were the proposed dwelling constructed, the only variances required would be to permit the existing structure as an ADU in the front yard and technically closer to the flankage street. As per staff comments, the intent of this bylaw provision is to not permit front yard ADUs is to limit impacts on the established streetscape, facilitate development consistent with the neighborhood character, limit overdevelopment of front yards, increase visibility for pedestrians and vehicles along the street, and encourage landscaping and open space along the streetscape. Next slide. Sorry, next slide again. Now, with that intent outlined, I argue that the proposal would meet the intent of this provision. The proposed dwelling is permitted in the zoning bylaw in the proposed location. Permitting the existing dwelling as an ADU maintains the streetscape and character. I'd argue that removing it would be worse. There's no overdevelopment of the front yard, there's no negative impact for visibility, and the existing landscaping is significant and unaffected. Further, in the report, staff outwardly state, should the application be approved, staff do not anticipate its retention will generate any significant impact on the streetscape or neighborhood character. Next slide. So we propose to move forward with variance 1 as is. We would also like to add variance 2, which was previously requested upon submission and states an additional dwelling unit detached shall be permitted in a location closer to the flankage street than the principal dwelling. This is just an assurance variance, as the language states an ADU detached shall not be located closer to the flankage street than the principal dwelling. Given the odd lot fabric, the existing dwelling is technically located closer to the Ferris Road than the future dwelling would be, and I just don't want to have a confusion of any interpretation in the future. Next slide. Just about done here. And to ensure things can progress appropriately, we have suggested adding a condition to the variances that reads as follows and shown here. That variances 1 and 2 shall only apply to the existing single detached dwelling proposed to be converted to an additional dwelling unit detached as shown on the site sketch and submission package materials included in the notice for the file being heard today and upon completion of the future primary dwelling. Next slide. In summary, the proposed variance premeditates the requirement to demolish the existing dwelling upon completion of a new primary dwelling and seeks approval from the committee prior to committing significant sums of money and time and risk to prepare all supporting materials, plans, and designs, as well as purchasing the lands. This approval will provide the applicant the assurances to proceed as intended. It does not ask to deem the existing dwelling as an ADU until the new proposed primary dwelling is constructed. The existing dwelling would meet every provision for rural detached ADUs except for its existing location. I'm here to address any comments, questions, or concerns. Thank you.
Committee? Go ahead, Bob.
We've done similar applications and approved them in the past with the existing residential home being remaining while they build the new primary in the back. I don't see much difference from this one. And one comment that came out from the city here, it says, as described, the proposed variances would have no negative impact to the existing streetscape and character of the area, as the structure seeking relief is an existing condition. The technical change of use from a single detached dwelling to an ADU, which the applicant has, mentioned, detached will only happen upon complete construction of the new primary dwelling and the application for change of use permit. So giving that, I think we weed, work our way through the weeds on this. That, in my opinion, I think it's a fair application to proceed with the existing house remaining until the new house is built, and then an application to change that to an ADU. So I'll make a motion to that effect to approve the application.
Moved by Bob to approve. Second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed by Sebastian? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have a consent application, B25093, 610 Nebo Road, Glanbrook. Agent, AJ Clark and Associates Limited. S. Fraser, J. Thomas. Owner is a numbered company, 1297705, Ontario Incorporated, R. Rochi. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
James Thomas, AJ Clark and Associates, 25 Main Street West. We did read the comments. We are happy that staff is supportive of the severance. However, there are a number of issues that we have been working through since receiving the comments. We've been working together with Cultural Heritage, reaching out to Natural Heritage regarding karst. And most importantly, we've been working with George in Development Engineering, who's already featured here. And we do appreciate the transparency and work with the city staff. There are a couple conditions that we just want to ensure are fully fleshed out before we proceed. So at this point, I would like to please request a tabling of this application while we do so.
Okay, request by the applicant to table. Made a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table the application.
Okay, moved by Nick to table. Second by Danica. All in favor? Opposed? You opposed, Bob? Carried. Table.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, and to the applicant or agent, staff will be in touch with you afterwards in terms of how to proceed. Thank you. Next. Next, we have a minor variance application, A26002, 701 Miles Road, Glanbrook. Agent is T. Smith. Applicant is C. Rego Sousa. And owner is M. Federico. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Anthony Kokinias. I am the agent working for T. Smith Engineering. Am I able to share my screen?
Sorry, did you have a presentation or was it?
Just the drawings.
The okay, give me a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just.
Okay. Okay, so this is the proposal for 701 Miles Road. It's to extend the accessory structure to allow for some more pool accessory storage. The plan is requiring a gross floor area coverage of 8.87%, which is greater than the 5% allowable. I do believe that this variation is minor in nature and meets the 4 tests as required.
Any more? Okay, go ahead.
That's all I have.
Committee?
Make a motion to approve the expansion of the existing with notes.
Moved by Bob, second by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you.
And through the chair, we actually were supposed to have we're running a little bit late, I believe, but we were supposed to have a break scheduled now. Did the committee want to?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. So we'll come back at around 11:06 a.m., okay? So we'll just take a break now. Thank you. Next, we have a minor variance application. A25284, 21 Norfolk Street South, Hamilton. Agent is King Homes Incorporated, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, K. Bekendam, and owner is K. Sandar. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ken Bekendam from King Homes, Inc., and here representing the application before you. So we have two variances for you, pretty straightforward. They both pertain to a rear fire escape wooden deck that we require to access the new proposed dwelling units in the addition, and they're there to meet Ontario Building Code requirements. Beside the development is a fire station, and directly behind is a Tim Hortons and a gas station, and the owner owns the property adjacent to the building as well. So there's no negative impacts to any of the surrounding properties that are directly attached to this project. Staff are in support, and if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
You've seen the conditions, you're okay with them?
Yeah, the conditions are fine. Yep.
Okay. Committee. Donna?
I'll make a motion to approve the applications with the conditions.
Seconder on that? Nick? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a minor variance application, A26003, 74 Traymore Avenue, Hamilton. Agent is V. Swain Soon, and the owners is a numbered company, 1000867620 Ontario Incorporated, T. Valencia and J. Valencia. Just to let the committee know, this application was tabled prior to the hearing, so I don't know if there's any interested parties here. Is there anyone here to speak on this application? If you are, just to let you know, the application was tabled prior to the hearing. If you want to be notified of any future kind of updates on this application, please fill out an interested party form. It's up here at the front counter, at the front of the podium here, and then we will be sure to notify you in future. And yes, and the applicant or agent, we will be contacting them after the hearing in terms of how to, in terms of next steps, in terms of how to proceed. Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application, A25286, 20 Duke Street, Hamilton. Agent is H. Bonds, and owner is L. Brace Placou. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Yes, we do have.
We got one
Sorry,
member of
we
the
have a
public.
resident who's going to be speaking first. Yeah, after they speak, you can speak, okay? Thank you.
Can I pull this down? Can you hear me? I'm sure you can.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Anne Ingram. I live at 28 Duke Street, Unit 402. It is a condominium building with a driveway on McNabb, off McNabb, and the driveway goes all the way around 20 Duke. It's and they can come in and go out our way, but they usually most. And there are 32 apartments in the new building at 20 Duke being built. And they're asking for 7 parking places, which means that 25 people will not have parking. And what will they do? They'll look for parking spaces in the neighborhood where parking is already at a premium. There's a building on Bold Street, just past McNabb, that has 36 units with no parking at all. It was grandfathered in many years ago because it was an old building. There's a hospital up the road where parking is so expensive that people park on the streets rather than pay. And so what will happen is that people who live at 20 Duke, with no fault of their own, will have no parking, and they'll try to park wherever they can, on the street, on our driveway, which this happened when there were only 25 units in the building before the building was renovated. And we had people parking in our driveway, in the fire lane, in our one and only visitor parking place. We had to put a security camera. We had to put notices on cars. It was very, very stressful for all of us living in that building. And so I can't understand how somebody can have a building with 32 units and only 7 parking places. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. I want to fill out your...
Yeah, can you fill out one of the forms just behind you there?
Sure.
Yeah, and just leave it there on the table. Thanks. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Yeah. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ergis Plaku. My wife and me own the building at 20 Duke. We took this building over in 2021. It was in shambles. It was 27 units, not 25 units at the time. 2 units were non-conforming. That would make it 29. It took us a long time to come up with the right idea and make it, a good place for people to live and offer the right type of housing for Hamilton that people deserve to live in, because the conditions that we inherited were very, very dire. Based on the previous, units that we had, which was 27 units in there.
Yeah, just leave it there on the table.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, just leave it there and you can go back and sit down.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Based on the 27 units that were there, the parking was never adequate, as you want to call it, by that time. I understand that my representative is going to be talking about, bylaws and everything else, and under the new bylaw, the parking requirements are much lower. 27 Bold Street has no parking. There is paid parking behind the property that basically people can utilize, and actually they can pay for parking. We're trying to add more units to the city, bring more, availability to the city, and we were under the impression as of October that basically we needed to just pay some basically development fees, the permit fees, and everything else, which we did pay over close to about $150,000 to $200,000. And then basically the building department ended up telling us that, oh, we made a slight error. And that it's costing a lot of money for us. It's really an inconvenience to come up and prepay, all the development charges and everything else, and then being told after you need to go through a minor variance.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Name and address, please.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gagan, and I am representing Technoark. I am the applicant for this application. And this application is pretty straightforward. We are not doing any exterior changes. We are just doing the interior alterations within the basement area. So we are adding 5 more units. So earlier there are 27 units. We are adding 5 more. So total number of units are 32 now. So the existing parking spaces, existing site conditions, all are same. We are not changing anything. And I just want to mention about, I have a comparison with new bylaw and the older bylaw. Actually, when we started this application and we tried to check the zoning, it took us to, PRA1 for the parking calculation. So PRA1 took us to 05200, which is the new bylaw. So that's how we started this application, and we followed all the bylaws of 0525200, right? And later on, we came to know after submitting the application to city, and after a few months, for a few weeks, we came to know that bylaw to be referred as 6593. So when we started online check-in, so there was not complete, it took us to 05200. So now, as per the bylaw 6593, there are few deficiencies, which I agree, they are. But as per the new bylaw, we have fulfilled all the deficiencies. We have no deficiency on this site. All the parking calculations, all the bayside access aisles and loading spaces, everything is fulfilled as per the new bylaw. So my only request is that the 27 units which were earlier present on site in the building, so they were having, the existing parking spaces. That was also, deficient, and, everything was, very much organized there on site as per, the site conditions. But now addition of 5 more units have just affected, the total of 4 regular parking spaces and 1 visitor parking, so 5 parking spaces. But as per the new bylaw, we don't have any requirement of regular parking. The requirement is of only 4 visitor parking spaces. So that's why I feel that, when this new bylaw is written, so they must have considered each and every condition, and they, of the area and the requirements, because at the distance of 300 meters, there is a GO station as well. So mainly people are using the public transits there. They're not having, more cars to be parked on site. So that's all. Thank you.
I wonder if we should hear from the planning first. They recommend tabling this.
Through the chair to the committee, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. Staff are requesting the application to be tabled. We received a updated plan late yesterday afternoon. We want to ensure all of variances are captured. Based on the notes from zoning, there's an additional variance for the maneuvering space would be required, but that wasn't noted in the plans provided to committee. So staff want to have time to review the revised plans and to ensure that any additional variances are captured. Thank you.
Committee?
I think we need a motion to table this to allow staff to further review the resubmitted drawings from yesterday.
Moved by Bob, table. Second by Danica. All in favor? Opposed? None? It's tabled. You have to get touch with you for another time. Meet with the staff and get that figured out.
But I think we have the drawings, if we can display here, and we can all go through those drawings.
Yeah.
There is no change in the site plan. It's one table which I have submitted.
The application has been tabled, so work with the staff to get things straightened out and bring it back.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25238-360 Cannon Street East, Hamilton. Agent Better Neighborhoods Incorporated, D. Romanco. Owners are J. Hand and E. Wilkinson. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Dan Romanko. I'm a planner with Better Neighborhoods at 190A Ontario Street in St. Catharines. I'm here on behalf of the applicants regarding this minor variance application. I have a brief presentation to share, if I may.
You already looked at the conditions, did you? You're okay with them, or some of them not?
Yes, yeah, we're fine with the conclusions in the staff report.
All right, we'll look at your presentation then.
So it's giving me an issue with sharing.
Sorry, I think I have it. I'll load it up for you. Okay.
If you don't mind, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. You can just carry on to the next slide. So this is the site context. It's located on Can Street East, which is served by bus route and cycle track. It does have the benefit of a municipal laneway at the rear, and despite the fact it's owned commercial, has been operating as residential for some time. Next slide, please. So this is just an image of the existing dwelling together with the existing garage, and this application will serve to propose an additional or secondary dwelling unit above that garage. Next slide, please. This is the site plan. There are no changes to the site, save and except for the expansion or addition of the vertical addition, rather, to the existing garage. You'll note that despite the fact that the city has identified this as a single detached, it really has been functioning with 3 units in it. This application will also recognize the ADU in the lower level, and that was a requested variance. So you can see there's a parking space available for both. Anecdotally, there are 3 cars able to park there, although only 2 spaces meet the requirements for the bylaw. Next slide, please. This is the proposed vertical addition, essentially a half story above. We've got a inset balcony facing inward, so there's no compatibility concerns or issues with that, and the access is provided off the laneway. Next slide, please. While there are a number of variances attached to this application, the majority of which are required to recognize the existing conditions. The ones that have been identified for new construction are just the additional ADUs, height variance, permitting the second floor balcony, and the area ratios in question. Next slide, please. We're in agreement with the staff report. This application meets the 4 test, brings the existing conditions into conformity with the bylaw, and repurposes an underutilized garage, providing additional housing to the neighborhood, which is compatible and making use of best infrastructure. That's all I had. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Go.
I was just going to make a motion if we're ready, so I'll motion to approve.
Moved by Sebastian to approve. With all the conditions? Okay, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25249. Agent is Landwise S. Mackay, and the owner is a numbered company, 231 Bay Hamilton GP Incorporated, SL Sahi. I believe development planning staff want to speak first, so I'll let them speak first.
Good morning, David Bonaventura, planning technician, the West Development Team. Through the chair to the committee, staff just want to note that we did review this application with a revised variance 1. As noted in our comments, the applicant is supportive of this revision to variance 1. In a nutshell, the revision captures some additional office space or non-commercial space, or sorry, non-residential space on the main level or ground floor of the existing building. The intent of that was to better meet the intent of the secondary plan designation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I do have a presentation. I'm not sure if I can have that added.
Name and address, please.
Yeah, Shannon Mackay. I'm with Landwise. I'm a principal planner there at Landwise, and I'm here on behalf of Saif El Sahi.
Sorry, just before we proceed, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application?
Yes.
Actually, I believe there are.
There is a hand
Yes.
up, okay.
Yes. So yeah, if you want to maybe just take a seat first, and we'll have the members of the public speak first. Apologies. Yeah, if you could please step up, please provide your name and address. And you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And then afterwards, if you could fill out the interested party form, that's just behind you, and just leave it on the desk. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Paul Copcutt. I'm a current tenant of 231 Bay Street North, apartment 3W. I want to be clear at the outset that I'm not here to raise landlord-tenant matters. I'm here only to speak to the accuracy and completeness of the planning and heritage record before the committee, which is relevant to your review under Section 45 of the Planning Act. Since my written submission was filed, a letter from the previous owners of the building has been provided to the committee confirming that the basement functioned as a self-contained residential unit between 1998 and 2007, and I was in fact offered the unit in 2020. This confirmation is important because it establishes that the building has historically contained 6 residential units, not 3 as stated in the application. Under the Planning Act, the committee's consideration of a minor variance relies on an accurate understanding of existing conditions. The application describes the building as having 3 existing residential units. However, based on the materials before the committee and now confirmed by prior ownership, the architectural drawings show a 3rd floor containing 2 residential units, which are not identified as such in the application, and nothing in the application addresses what is happening to the 3rd floor. Taken together, the building functions as a 6-unit residential building. My concern is not zoning classification, but that existing conditions form the baseline for evaluating density, parking, and the scale of change under Section 45 of the Planning Act. If the baseline is understated, the impacts are understated as well. The planning materials consistently describe the proposal as adaptive reuse. They state that the existing building is to be retained, only an accessory structure to be removed, and the work consists primarily of interior retrofit and intensification. Under the Planning Act, the committee must assess the application based on the proposal as described in the materials before you. Clarity and consistency of scope are therefore important in your evaluation. The building was constructed in 1910-1911 and is the former Hamilton Bridgeworks Company office. It's listed on the Municipal Heritage Register under Section 27 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The application proposes new and enlarged basement windows and window wells, as well as new doors and other exterior alterations at the basement and 1st floor levels. However, the application does not describe heritage treatment of these alterations, identify materials, proportions, or profiles. Confirming review by the heritage planning staff should indicate whether a heritage permit is required under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act, or identify or address interior heritage elements. Given the building's listed status and the proposed alterations to the historic foundation and facade, these omissions should be clarified before approval. In addition, the new owner and City's Heritage Department may not be aware that there are character-defining interior heritage elements that exist within the building, including original industrial logos and builder markings. Hamilton's heritage framework recognizes that interior elements can be heritage attributes where they contribute to the property's cultural heritage value. The application doesn't address these elements. Finally, the application proposes changing to parking but does not account for existing assigned parking spaces associated with the current residential units. Parking standards under the city's zoning bylaws are unit-based, and again, this issue flows from an inaccurate description of existing conditions. One final clarification is required. In the combined amendment notice, the committee notice references 17 residential units, while the applicant's agent, Landwise, refers to 15 residential units elsewhere in the materials. This inconsistency should be clarified so the committee is assessing a clearly defined proposal. Consistent with your authority, I respectfully ask that the committee require clarification and correction of the existing residential unit count, identification and consideration of heritage impacts, including whether a permit is required, and assurance that the application reflects a complete and accurate record, including how many units are proposed. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Yep, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
It's Roseanne Barry, and I live at 221 Bay Street North. I live right adjacent to the property at 231. My first comment would be that I do applaud the new owner for proposing to build housing, which I would hope might be affordable, but I suspect not. My first concern is for the existing tenants, that they may be treated well in this process, and that's been addressed with the previous speaker. Secondly, I know that the city has a real desire to have no parking in the city and make the downtown a walkable space. Already parking is at a real premium in this neighborhood because there are so many areas that have no parking at all. From on Barton Street, there's no parking for several blocks west of this property, and on Bay Street, there's no parking north to Bayfront Park, and there just isn't enough parking, and 12 spots for 17 units and an undefined number of businesses also makes it difficult, in my personal view. I've lived here 11 years, and I've also enjoyed having privacy and security. For a good chunk of that time, I have lived here on my own. And I have this security because of the 6-car covered parking structure, which runs the entire length of my house, right up against my fence. There's greenery in the form of vines that climb all over the garage, and squirrels that run along, cats that snooze in the sun that I can see out my kitchen window. I reviewed the agent's plans for the property, and included in them is a side note that the garage structure will be removed. Because of this, I can't support the application. Should this renovation go ahead, I hope the owner is aware that there's a 60-day notice period for demolition under the Heritage Registry. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public wish to
there's
speak?
one more.
I think we have one there. Yeah, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name is Laura Hollick. I've lived at 231 Bay Street North for 20 years. I understand that your job today is to apply 4 tests under the Planning Act, whether the requested variances are minor, desirable, maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw, and maintain the intent of the official plan. I'm here to help you to do this with accurate information about how many dwelling units actually exist in this building. In their application, the applicant stated that there are 3 dwelling units in the building. Just a couple of days ago, they adjusted that number to 5. Based on living in this building for 2 decades and documentary evidence I submitted in writing, I can show there are at least 6 dwelling units. The 5 that are already acknowledged by the applicant, and 1 in the basement, which was rented as a residential unit for at least 9 years. It is important to establish an accurate dwelling unit count in the building because it directly is relevant to all 4 tests you need to apply today. First, whether the variances are minor depends on the existing intensity and use of the building. The Planning Act's definition of minor isn't just about size, it's about planning impact. A proposal affecting a 6-unit rental building has different impacts than one affecting 3 or 5-unit building. Second, whether the proposal is desirable has to be understood in the context of council's policies. Council passed Rental Housing Protection Bylaw 24-109 specifically to regulate demolition and renovation of buildings with 6 or more dwelling units. Your own development planning staff wrote in their report that this proposal may be subject to the bylaw and should go through its screening process. Whether it's desirable depends on whether the building has at least 6 units or not. Third, the intent of the zoning bylaw is to regulate intensity, compatibility, and parking. Staff have already noted that some key numbers are missing from this application, like gross floor area for parking calculations. The existing unit count is another key number. You can't properly assess whether the zoning intent is maintained if you don't know the true baseline. Fourth, the official plan encourages housing, diversity, and mixed-use development, but also rental housing protection. Whether this proposal fits with those policies depends in part on the existing dwelling unit count. The applicant recently told your Secretary-Treasurer, Justin Lung, that there are 4 units and a 5th that meets the definition per rental screening document, and not 3, as they originally wrote in their application. The fact that the applicant has changed their answer at such a late hour, and only when directly asked, speaks to their uncertainty about the history and state of the building. What is certain is the definition of a dwelling unit in the Rental Housing Protection Bylaw 24-109, which states, a dwelling unit is 1 or more habitable rooms designed, occupied, or intended to be occupied as self-contained living quarters, with sanitary facilities, sleeping accommodation, and a kitchen. And the bylaw is very clear on this point. For further certainty, a dwelling unit shall not cease to be a dwelling unit due to any vacancy thereof. So once a space has functioned as a dwelling unit, it remains a dwelling unit under the bylaw, even if it's vacant or temporarily used for something else. In my written comments, I submitted a letter from the former owners, David and Marlaise Dawson, confirming that the lower level was rented as a residential unit between 1998 and 2007. A letter from former tenant Matt Jelly confirming I lived at 231 Bay Street North in the basement unit from 2005 to 2007. That basement unit has its own entrance, kitchen, bathroom, and sleeping area. It is a full dwelling unit. This is in addition to the 5 dwelling units that the applicant has already acknowledged, making a total of 6. The applicant only recently purchased the building and is learning about its history and layout. I've lived here for 20 years. I know the history and layout of this building. I provided credible evidence from people who have direct knowledge that there are 6 units. What I'm asking is that when you apply the 4 Planning Acts test today, you do so with an accurate understanding of the existing building. If there is conflicting evidence about the unit count, which there clearly is, I respectfully suggest it would be reasonable to defer your decision until you're confident you have accurate baseline information. This is about making sure your decision is based on the facts, so it is fair for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, just thank you to the residents who spoke, and I've spoken to some of them. I just want to make some, and thank you for participating. I just want to make some general comments. I know the last resident was talking about evidence being provided to this committee. Just to reiterate, the Committee of Adjustment is not a court. It's not a tribunal. It's a quasi-tribunal as defined in the Planning Act. So it is intended to be less formal and less structured than a tribunal or a court. And so we don't operate on similar to a court. In terms of the information provided by the applicant, they provide an application. We do request they commission it to indicate that it's accurate to the best of their knowledge. Those requirements are more stringent at a court level in terms of accuracy of any material submitted. That is not applied here because we're not a court or a tribunal. But again, an issue has been raised and the applicant can address that. The other thing in terms of the term minor is not defined in the Planning Act. And the courts have ruled that the term minor, it is up to the committee or even up to the planning tribunal for them to make that determination for each application in terms of what is minor. Another thing, there's a heritage planner here. If necessary, they can speak to it as well. I have I've done heritage planning in the past. My understanding is the Ontario Heritage Act, it primarily governs the exterior of a building. It does not have provisions to govern the interior of a building. So I just wanted to provide that comment. And again, to any members of the public, prior to the hearing, if you have any questions or comments about any issues with an application, please contact the Committee of Adjustment staff. We'll be happy to assist. You can email or call us or even come in here and speak to us at the 5th floor, City Hall. Okay, I don't believe there was any other members of the public. I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step up. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Am I able to put a presentation? No.
Hi, did you send that to us before?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to give me just in future reference?
Thank you.
Is it a day before the hearing, 12 p.m.? It's on the notice of hearing as well, okay? For future reference. Thank you.
My name is Shannon Mackay. I'm an associate principal planner with Landwise. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Saif El-Sahi, and we are here to discuss the minor variance application for 231 Bay Street North. I'll take you through a quick presentation if you would indulge, and I'm happy to answer and address any of the questions that came up from the comments from the residents in the surrounding area. For a little context, the property is located on the southwest corner of Bay Street and Barton Street. It is an existing 3-story building, although the grade has a quite significant change. So at the Bay Street level, we have referred to it as the main floor, and along the Barton Street frontage, we've referred to that space as the basement level. The application before you today is requesting to have the basement level recognized for commercial uses, and with staff's recommendation to have a portion of the main level, which is I'll be referring to from the Bay Street frontage, added as an office space, and then the remainder of the existing building adapted to facilitate additional residential units. Thank you. You can go to the next slide, 2 slides actually. Thank you. So the property is currently designated as local commercial within the setting sale secondary plan. The designation does allow for ground floor commercial uses as well as residential uses that are encouraged to be located above the ground floor commercial. This designation falls, again, within the secondary plan, and I'll note that the secondary plan does identify Barton Street as a prime retail street throughout the entirety of the secondary plan area. Additionally, the lands are included in zoning bylaw 6593 as a D district, which is a 1- and 2-family dwellings district, and it does have a site-specific amendment that allows for a banquet center and union office to be established in the building. Go to the next slide. There are 3 previous minor variance applications that have been approved for the property, all seeking a variety of residential accommodation on the ground floor or main floor and second floor, with some form of commercial space at the ground level, which we're again referring to as the Barton Street space. In our application, the reference to 3 units is with regard to these previous permissions in terms of the units that were recognized and permitted through the minor variance application process. Through the due diligence process, we were not able to attain any building permits that legally establish the units that are within the building. So the reference within the application is with regards to what has been previously permitted. You can go to the next slide. So the proposal, again, is to largely accommodate the additional residential units and commercial space within the existing building. There are no extensive proposed exterior modifications. We would be looking to improve the parking area, again, to remove the accessory structure, which is more relevant to a safety concern, and to accommodate additional parking spaces in that lot, as well as to upgrade the spaces and the parking area to more align with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. The property is registered under the Ontario Heritage Act. It is not designated and does not require a heritage permit for these alterations to occur. However, we have worked with cultural heritage planning staff through the process to ensure the modifications that might be required, such as windows changing in and out, would be in alignment with their intent. We have been working with the staff to look at the possibility of designation. It has not occurred and it isn't designated at the moment. So we have the requested variances on the screen there to add the commercial units on the lower level, basement level, the residential units above, and again with staff's recommendation to add 40 square meters of office space on the main level, 12 parking spaces, and this is reflective of an increase to what the city's zoning bylaw direction is in terms of both residential and commercial parking area. And some technicalities, the parking bumpers are not being provided, and again, that's to enhance the landscaped area. Recognizing the time, I'll just get through here. If you could go to the next slide. These are pictures of the internal space. I wasn't able to access the upper floors, but this is the main floor at the Bay Street side. Previous minor variance applications were approved to allow an art gallery as well as one residential unit within this space. And that was what was updated in our screening and the conversation I had with the Secretary Treasurer. And the next slide shows the basement area. Oh, sorry, I think it went too past. If you could go one more back. Yeah, sorry. This is the space entering from Barton Street frontage and looking at the space internal to the unit, as well as the side yard, which is, again, looking out onto Barton Street. It is our opinion that the proposed modification internal to the existing building facilitates the reuse of an existing heritage building, brings on additional residential units, which are in high demand in this area. It's minor in nature and compatible with the surrounding area. With the local commercial designation, it meets the intent of the official plan, and as an adaptive reuse of the building, meets the intent of the zoning by not having any external modifications. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your attention.
Any question from the committee? Sebastian?
So current state and like how many parking spots are there and how many units are in there today? And then I guess my question is more around how many are you adding, and then for both, like how many units are you adding, and then how many parking spots are you adding?
Through the chair, the proposal is to allow for 17 residential units in the entire building, so that it is understood that there are 4 occupied residential units at the moment, and then that space, the main floor space that previously had an art gallery and a residential unit. And we're proposing 12 parking spaces for the entire building. The commercial space is less than 450 square meters, so there is no requirement for that area to have parking. And then the 12 spaces would be for residential purposes.
So I guess that doesn't really answer, like I'm asking about the difference, right? Like what was the difference from like where you were to where you're going? Like is that an addition? Like for me, I'm like, is it 5 parking spots that you're adding? And then how many units are you adding?
Through the chair, the parking lot isn't exactly delineated to tell you exactly how many parking spaces there are. There are about 7, I believe, in the accessory structure, though they wouldn't meet the requirements under the parking bylaw for size. The additional 13 units would benefit from the 12 parking spaces being established.
And then my other question is for the city staff, which is just around, we heard a lot of commentary and, you know, I guess concern around validating the number of units existing and all of those pieces. Is any of that, I guess, material to the variances that are being asked for? Because based off the comments I'm reading, it wouldn't make much of a difference, but I just want to confirm that with the staff.
Through the chair, Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager for the West Development Team. It is the development planning position that the current number of units within the building is not material to this process. It does come into play when demolition permits are issued and when there are consideration for the rental policies that were just approved by council. However, it's our opinion that they don't factor into the minor variance. The number of units being, well, it's permitted when you approve it, but in the way the minor variance is written, it's up to 17 units. There was some play in that number to recognize 2 of the additional units that were already permitted through previous approvals. So there is a recognition from development planning that through the current zoning, there are permissions for some residential units already. But because of the modifications planned to the building, the number was increased to 17.
Anybody, committee?
There's no other questions, then I'm going to motion to approve with the revised variance 1 and then approve variance 2 to 5 and then include the proposed conditions and notes.
Seconded by Bob. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application. A25247, 455 Cumberland Avenue, Hamilton. Agent is Toms and McNally Design M. Marink, and the applicant is M. Davio and D. Grain. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Oh, there is. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. And after you speak, if you could fill out one of those interested party forms behind you and just leave it on that desk. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Crystal Elliott, and I live at 59 Barnsdale Avenue South in Hamilton in Ward 3. I've been a resident of the ward for the past 32 years, and also am a senior manager in a sister style company in the ward. I'm here to speak in support of requesting parking variance for 455 Cumberland Avenue, and to share some insight based on direct operational and staffing experience within the neighborhood, as well as being a member of the community. In my role, I oversee teams and daily operations, which I can say with confidence that the majority of our employees do not commute by car. Our staff walk, bike, and use public transit to get to work. And this is consistent with what is seen at the current bakery proposed to move to 455 Cumberland. And it really reflects the realities of employment in walkable, centrally located neighborhoods like Ward 2 and 3. Our businesses predominantly employ young Hamiltonians who live nearby. They're local jobs that support youth employment, skill development, and long-term career pathways within the city. And by operating these businesses, we're jointly keeping the employment close to where people live, reducing the need for vehicle dependency rather than increasing it, which aligns with the city. The proposed location at 455 Cumberland is well suited to reduce parking model, and its proximity to Gage Park, surrounding schools and churches, and routes naturally supports walking and cycling. This aligns with, again, the City of Hamilton's goals for walkable retail, active transportation, and neighborhood scale commercial growth. Approving this variance would directly support local employment, sustainable transportation habits, and the continued success of all of our businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Max Davia. I'm one of the owners of Deer Grain. My address is 58 Concord Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. I think we sent the presentation yesterday.
Did you see what the staff is recommending to deny?
Yeah, we
Okay, you still want to continue on?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
aware of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, if you could just press the presentation tag. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, as I said, I'll be sharing a little bit about our business and history and commitment to Hamilton. And then Graham from Thompson McNally, our architect, will speak to the code elements and the actions we've taken since the last time we were here a couple of months ago to address city staff concerns. So you can change slide, please, or next slide, please. So yeah, I'll just start by talking a little bit about Deer Grain's roots. So we started in Hamilton, in Dundas, out of the back of Detour Cafe in 300 square feet in 2017. And at the time, our dream was to build a world-class bakery in Hamilton. Over the subsequent couple of years, we grew beyond that space. Went from, as I said, 20 loaves a day to a couple hundred. And we needed to find a new location. You can, next slide, please. At that time, we were faced with a choice. You know, it may have been obvious to some to move to Toronto, where there was a large pool of, you know, highly qualified, highly skilled bakers, but our team intentionally made the choice to stay in Hamilton and build, to train and develop local people, local employees, local members of our community that wanted to get into specialty bread. And so we did that. We grew our team from about 3 people to almost 15 over the course of our time so we moved to Bay Street and grew our team to about 15 people. Our home at Bay Street was a long, vacant building, not in the best shape. We invested in it. We created a hub of community, both for local businesses, local residents, nearby hospitals, and we really used it as a place to grow from. So we took on many local independent cafes, grocery stores, you know, as wholesale customers. We actually opened a couple shops in Toronto. And throughout all of that growth, even with growing into Toronto, really proudly waved the Hamilton flag throughout that whole time. So even if you go on our Instagram bio today, the first thing you'll see is that it says is rooted in Hamilton. And for us, it was more than a space of growth. You know, the last few years have been characterized by really ingraining in the community and building relationships with the community, supporting the hospitals that are local to the area, supporting our neighbor, the Salvation Army, as well as many other local causes. Next slide, please. So yeah, for us, we after a few years at Bay Street, it became clear that that was not going to be a forever home for us, just based on the size and scale. And so we began searching for what we hoped to be our forever home in Hamilton, something that could really become an institution in the city and within the city's food scene, and something that the city is really known for. And after 1 to 2 years of searching, looking at probably upwards of 40 potential locations, 455 Cumberland is the only site that works for us operationally and financially in Hamilton.
So our plan is to move to 450, is to move our bread production to 455 Hamilton. That is where our staff will work out of, and we will also be opening, and our plans are also to open a small factory store. It's important to note that this store is designed as a low volume store. We'll be keeping our existing retail distribution points or stores at Bay Street and Dundas. We will also be keeping all of our wholesale customers that are local in the city. This won't be a point that we're directing all of our customers to in Hamilton, nor will it be a space that we're doing Uber Eats out of or anything like that. It's really intended as a walkable, bikeable location for local residents, and the store is being designed as such. It'll only be 500 square feet. I'm so sorry, may I ask for 1 extra minute? I've noticed my time's running out. Yeah? Thank you. And yeah, it'll be 500 square feet, takeout only, yeah. Next slide, please. So our business, so as I mentioned, like we have a couple other sister companies. We own Detour Cafe in Dundas. We own Detour Coffee Roastery on Clinton Street, which is also embedded within a retail location. We'll be keeping our location at Deer Grain on Bay Street. We run concessions at the Hamilton Airport. And we also opened a Dark Horse Espresso Bar in Stony Creek. And collectively, we employ about 100 people within Hamilton: bakers, baristas, administrative office staff, managers, all of whom are local residents. And not only do we employ and invest and build community, but I will say that as a small food business, the last 5 years just have been extremely, extremely challenging. There were many opportunities to pull out. And, whether it have been through COVID and pivoting countless times to continue to be open for the community and employing our staff, or even recently, the Hamilton Airport obviously went through COVID and then had WestJet pulled out. We were the only operator within the airport to remain open all throughout that time. We're the kind of employer, I think, that the city of Hamilton wants to build around, that is truly committed to this city, not only because it's a great marketplace, but because we have deep roots and we actually care. Next slide, please. And so today, as I said, Graham from Thompson McNally will speak to the code elements and the minor variance application and the actions we've taken since our last hearing was tabled. But I'll just close by saying that we want to be a great partner to the city of Hamilton. We want to continue to build something special here. We want to invest, we want to employ, we want to contribute to these communities. And over the past couple months, we've worked extremely hard to take concrete actions that address city staff concerns.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Graham McNally from Thomas McNally Design Architects here in Hamilton, representing Max and Deer Grain for this application. As Max mentioned, we've been up here before and we're tabled, so just coming back, and I'm going to I'm going to go quickly through information we've covered previously. There's some new, or some not new, but committee members that weren't at the last hearing, so just to cover some of that ground and then present what we have done in the intervening months. If you could, the next slide, please. So just quickly, in terms of the 4 tests, an outline, we're going to do we're going to review the application, the previous application, and we're going to address some of the concerns that arose at the last hearing, and then we'll go into our new information and some of the work we've done in the last 2 months. So next slide, please. Of the 4 tests, staff agreed in the staff comments that the application meets the general intent of the official plan. They do not agree that we meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, but we'll come back to that. The request is minor in nature. Transportation is signed off on it. Cultural heritage is signed off on it. There's no objections besides the use, as far as I can see in the staff comments. And desirable, we came, I believe it was 8 or 10 resident letters of support, and we are returning with a few more that I see have been added to the file. So lots of good support. The councillor is very supportive. ECDEV is in the room again, I believe, supporting us, and so So I think in terms of a desirability and Max's excellent presentation, this is a very desirable project. Just quickly, in terms of the scale of the use that sort of creates the problem, this retail use, the next slide, sorry. We've just highlighted here in a very preliminary plan of what the facility is going to look like. Highlighted in red in the lower right-hand side is the retail area. It's quite limited. It's less than 10%-ish of the floor area. It's, as Max was saying, meant to be a neighborhood cafe that people can walk up to and ride bikes or whatever. Next slide, please. So as I said, most of the building will be a commercial bakery, which is similar to the existing industrial use, and it's about 8% of the floor area. Next slide, please. Circulated with the public comment that came in was a letter from MG Consulting, just going through their interpretation of how the 4 tests might apply to this application and some additional feedback from an external person. Next slide, please. Reiterating our strong support. The last hearing, there was 9 letters of support. There's more. Ward councillor, just reiterating that. And ActDev, next slide. And next slide, please. Okay, at the last hearing, a lot of conversation occurred around parking and whether or not the existing site could accommodate the retail use. There's 2 spots because of zoning and parking spot spaces and maneuvering spaces. There's only can be 2 spots accommodated on site. And then the other concern was the use that was not permitted by zoning. So if we could go to the next slide. In the intervening months, we visited the site, we walked around, we counted the number of spaces, and we took measurements of the area to figure out how many spots might be available on surrounding streets. We also obtained commitments from the neighbor who's has submitted a letter of support and also gone so far as submitting a letter supporting or providing 5 parking spaces immediately adjacent. And slightly further afield, and we'll circle back to this in a minute, is 10 additional spaces a short distance from the proposed bakery. Next slide, please. So highlighted in red are the 3 streets where we examined how much parking is available. We took the zoning bylaws parallel parking space, which is 7 meters. We took the length of those streets and calculated how many spaces were available. I apologize. Could I ask for another possibly 5 minutes? And I'm highlighting in green on the slide all the alleys. This neighborhood is blessed with alleys. So a lot of these houses that would be primarily on-street parking also have a garage. Next slide, please. This is the one I thought I was talking to, my apologies. With the red highlighting the streets we counted, the green highlighting the alleys. Next slide, please. So across the street, we acknowledge there is some permit parking to the west of the property, but immediately across the street, there is approximately 86 meters of space available, counting plus or minus 12 spaces at 7 meters a space. Next slide. On the street behind, I think we may have missed one. It's okay. I have a summary at the end. The street that runs north-south, just to the right of the bakery, can accommodate approximately 13 spaces, and the street that runs behind the bakery, what we're looking at here, can accommodate approximately 9 spaces. In total, that's 34 spaces just on that immediate block. That's not even going 2 blocks away. So this is an extremely short walk. The next slide, please. So the 2 circled areas are the locations where we've obtained commitments from the property owners to accommodate parking for Deer Grain on their property. Immediately adjacent is 5, and the circle that's down lower is 10 spaces have been provided, and the letters that were provided are included on the next 2 slides, which I think we'll just flip past because they're going to be illegible. In terms of the zoning, we spoke with planning staff to try to understand where the zoning on this site was going to be heading in the future. Currently, the zoning is in LMR2, which is a very old zoning. It's kind of an archaic holding provision. We understand from staff that the zoning is meant to be updated to the 05200 zoning, and we're told it is likely going to be commercial zone and is to be included in 05200. There's a planning report going to committee or to council in February of this year. This property was not included in that, but we understand it's in the work plan to try to get completed this year. So that would be updating the zoning to a mixed-use commercial, which would permit the use that we're proposing here. And two slides, sorry, one more slide. So in summary, this is a Made in Hamilton small business success story. They're committed to Hamilton. We have strong neighborhood support. We meet the intent of the OP. It's minor, it's desirable. The zoning very shortly would permit this use. The retail component of the project is quite limited, and we have more than adequate parking in the immediate neighborhood to support this proposed use. With that, I will say thank you and invite any questions or clarifications.
Thank you. Any questions? Do the planning want to have an answer on anything on that?
I have a question for city staff. Essentially, my main concern here is around this being a minor variance application, and the recommendation is that it should be done through a zoning bylaw amendment. Is the plan to move this area to a commercial, I guess, zoning? And are we just kind of saying that we can't do this through a minor variance because we're not there yet? Like, I guess understanding what the future looks like would help us make a decision here.
Through the chair, I can start off, and if zoning staff want to add anything, they're more than welcome to do so. This is a interesting dilemma we find ourselves in. We're analyzing an application today. We probably have good intentions for the future to incorporate this property as a commercial zone. That being said, we don't know what the future actually will be. So right now, there's an intent to include it. We don't know what zone that will be. We don't know what regulations will be included. We don't know what curveball we're going to get from the province tomorrow as well to prioritize other things. So the recommendation from the planning department is based on what's in force and effect today. But it is our understanding that at a future time, the zoning reform team will be analyzing this property and considering it for a future commercial zone. Which one I can't speak to at this time.
I guess my follow-up to that is if it's being considered for it, there's probably some good merit to make that change or propose that change, whether there's barriers because of other commitments, other prioritizations, et cetera. Like I guess like it does feel like we're just delaying or creating hurdles for the applicant, even though long-term we might get there. And if we essentially have them go through a amendment application, the costs are probably much higher. And then we're like a few years go by and they may not have had to have done that. And they're never going to recuperate those costs. So that's kind of my positioning here with this.
Nick, if I could please make a few comments. This application actually, it really interested me, so I drove by, did a little site visit. So the first part I think is that the zoning, to me in this case, seems gray. We have overlapping bylaws, and it looks like that bylaw might have been residential or something, but I could be wrong. The other thing is that this place, so it's an industrial warehouse, and it's got 2 loading docks, and its uses are either going to be something like that, or they're going to be, I guess, tear down and build residential condos or something. So with all the houses across the street and all the neighborhood built up, it would actually be a good addition, and it has been approved for industrial and dry goods. I guess bread might have a bit of moisture, but typically it's going to be okay. I think the other thing that I'd like to say is to say there are no maneuverable spaces. That's not true. I was there. You can maneuver out or in or load. The other thing that's not true is that there's no parking. There's some parking, not a lot, but some, on the street. So with that said, I think we've heard from residents as well, and they're supportive, and I would be supportive of this good project.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Donna.
I just want to add too, in regards to the parking, not sure if it's comparing apples to apples, but if we're limiting or reducing the amount of parking that we need for residential, why is it required for parking? Could it not be the same basis for commercial use as it is for the residential uses that are now being effective in residential areas? So just my comment.
Bob?
Yeah, the one thing is parking, but you made the statement the last time you were in front of us regarding your staff would be anywhere between 6 and 10, if I remember right?
That's correct.
Okay, so in my hindsight, I'm thinking the 6 to 10 parking will be accessing the other two properties you noted.
That we've come to agreement with, yeah.
Okay, that's one first thing. The second thing is you only have the two parking out front. And I noticed by there the other day, you can see they've been in and out, whatever, used.
That's not us, by the way. That's the current owner.
Right in front of the...
Sorry, like whatever they're doing there right now, we don't own the building yet. So it's the current owner I don't know what they're doing there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyway, there's
Yeah.
two potentials there
Yeah.
for you down
Yes.
the road?
Yeah.
Okay. As for the zoning, and this is where we come between a rock and a hard place. We're either too early or too late. And as we've all discussed, I think it might be prudent to approve this, the variances accordingly, to get them in business. Because if we don't, then they're back to square one, and I don't think that's right, myself. So the parking is an issue, but if you do get a lot of retail, they can use the two spaces right in front of the building, as long as they don't take out that hydro pole that's there.
Yeah.
And there's still street parking. Granted, it's busy. There's a lot of townhouses that probably are parking on the road, but there's opportunities there. So we've you've solved the parking problem in general. The zoning issue, that's up to us to apply, and I think, in respect out to the staff for identifying it, I think we can, without feeling bad about it, go ahead and approve the zoning for this to let them get into business. So make a motion to approve the variances with the variances included, obviously, in the conditions.
Moved by Bob, second by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? None. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before we hear the next item, I just have to excuse myself from the remainder of the meeting, so I will step away at this point in time.
Okay, so we'll know Sebastian is leaving at this time. Just wanted to, through the chair, I was wondering, did we want to take a lunch break at this time? I was wondering how long. 45 minutes or 15-minute lunch break?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? I don't know, the staff, yeah. Okay, okay, we'll break now and we'll come back around 12:43 PM. Okay, thanks.
Bastian had to leave for business reasons, so he's gone for the day. Thank you.
We're just resuming now at 12:45. Next, we have a minor variance application. A26007, 36 Somerset Avenue, Hamilton. The owner is G. Violi. Agent is Sarah Brown Home Design Incorporated, Sarah Brown. The owners are M. Callahan. Is M. Callahan. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Brown from Sarah Brown Home Design. I am the authorized agent for the owners of this property. Do you need my address as well?
Yeah, sure, please.
It's 27 German School Road, and that's Paris, Ontario.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so I understand that the staff comments had recommended that this proposal be tabled. We've been working with city staff to come up with a revised concept, which I think is a lot more viable and slightly changes some things, which I think will be
Can you
hopefully
move the
satisfactory.
mic closer to your?
Oh, sorry. How's that?
It was off the side, so.
Better?
That's good.
Okay. So this property is located in an older, more mature neighborhood. Somerset Avenue is fairly narrow, and there's a combination of parallel parking spaces along the street and some perpendicular parking spaces in front of the individual dwellings. Parking on the street can be somewhat challenging for the residences only because of the parallel spots. Currently, the home at 36 Somerset, which is the property in question, only has street parking and no individual parking spaces for the owners of the building. The owners of the property are proposing to demolish the existing front porch, which extends across the entire front of the residence, and they would like to construct a smaller porch with a set of stairs going off to the side. That will allow them to put one single parking space in front of their existing dwelling. So there are two variances that we are requesting. The first is for the encroachment of the front porch and the steps into the front yard setback. The existing front porch right now extends out farther than the proposed front porch, and the stairs extend straight out and actually extend over the existing property line. Our proposal is to bring that porch in further and then rotate the stairs so they go down on the side, which takes up less of the front yard area. That is the first proposal. The second variance is for the reduction in the front yard landscaping. Again, like I mentioned before, we've been working with city staff to bring this number up. Originally, we had proposed 4% front yard landscaping, and now it is at 36.3%. What we've done in that case is we've changed all of the hardscaping concrete to permeable pavers, which will increase the amount of landscaping that's available. We've also reduced the width of the proposed curb cut, so that is only allowed, basically the opening will be just for that parking space only, and not for the rest of the entire lot. So in that case, we've updated it from 4% to 36%. What else? Sorry. Yeah, I think that's probably about all I have to say.
Before we go on to the planning, he's made some changes in new design. Are you happy with the changes in the planning?
Through the chair to the committee, staff have had discussions with the applicant and are supportive of the change of the variance from 4% to 36% for landscaping, and maintains the character of the area. Staff the public comments has the revised plan, which shows the permeable pavers and the changed curb cut for parking. So staff are supportive of the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee?
Have you applied for an encroachment or for the parking on the city?
Yes, we've already obtained a driveway permit access and for the boulevard parking so that the parking space can extend over the property line. We've already obtained that.
Anybody else? If not, do you have a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay, seeing that the staff are happy with the new adjustments, I'm going to put a motion forward to approve the application with the new.
Moved by Donna, second by Bob. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have a consent application B25091, 164 Sulphur Springs Road, Ancaster. Agent is Fothergill Planning and Development Incorporated. Applicant and the owner are both A. Bilal. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
They're not going to let you talk, Devin.
There we go. Don't have much to say today, thankfully. Ed Fothergill, Fothergill Planning. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner. This is a minor matter of a lot line adjustment, help implement a plan of condominium that we're pursuing on the balance of the lands. There's no new lot being created. It's just a lot line adjustment. And we're happy with the staff report and the conditions.
So you're happy with all the conditions in there?
Yes.
Okay. Committee?
I'll make a motion to approve with comments.
Moved by Jenica, second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I don't know where I'm echoing from, but.
Next we have a minor variance application, A25128, 835 Regional Road 97, Flamborough. Applicant is Zoltan Engineering, G. Vandermeulen. Owner is S. Noble. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jarrett Vandermeulen, Zoltan Engineering. Address is Unit 25, 4380 South Service Road in Burlington. This application, we were here before the committee back in August. We tabled it with some staff concerns, and we were able to have a good discussion with the staff and provide them appropriate documentation to gain their support. So we're happy to come before you now today with full support of the staff. And we agree with the proposed condition. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the application with the proposed condition.
Moved by Donna, second by Janica. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have a minor variance application, 825288, 1790 Foreman Road, Flamborough, agent HFH Incorporated, J. Vanderwoord, and the owner is P. Simon. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Vanderwoord. I am the agent on behalf of the owner for 1790 Flamborough Road. My name is John Vanderwoord from HFH Inc. at 6006 Highway 6, Elora, Ontario. I have read the report from staff and have reviewed the conditions, the proposed notes and acknowledgement, and currently, the owner has completed the order to comply. I understand from the owner, he was not aware of final paperwork to be completed with that, so he is working on that at the current moment. And if there are no, or just opening up the floor if there are any questions with regard to this application.
Committee, any questions? Bob?
In the proposed building, what's going to be the use on the ground floor? I know it's a garage, but was it the projected use?
So the owner does currently do maple syrup within the on the property. It's not intended for any retail sale at all. It is for personal use and for friends and family and things like that. It's kind of a hobby. He also does photography, so and also he does pottery as well. So it's kind of his little spot to do the maple syrup, and then he's going to have some of his photos and stuff hanging around in the main floor area.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions and notes.
Moved by Bob to approve. Second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you.
Next, we have a minor variance application, 825289, 712 Old Highway number 8, Flamborough. The applicant and the owner are A. Kovats. Are there any members of the public wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon, and everyone. My name is Andrew Kovats. I'm the owner and applicant for the minor variance at 712 Old Highway 8 in the small town of Rockton. The minor variance is to construct a 42 by 32 garage on my property in the rear yard. I apologize. This is the first time undertaking a minor variance, so kind of please bear with me. I understand the staff recommendation is to currently table the application, but I have a few notes I'd like to highlight, including a minor drawing error that was recently discovered in regards to the building height. I also have a quick presentation prepared, but before I get to that, I just wanted to touch on and clarify a few things. So firstly, I do apologize in advance, but my designer that did the drawings for me clarified the overall building height from grade at the front of the proposed garage. It's not 6.9 meters as per the elevations. It's actually 6.4 meters. So there's about a half meter reduction. Secondly, there was also a conservative judgment made for the amount of grade changes at the rear of the yard, which is to satisfy some of the comments made from the staff regarding building height. I'd be more than happy to reduce this to about an additional 150 millimeters. So just to be clear, the new request would be to change the variance from 7.4 meters currently to 6.55 meters, which I hope is more consistent with the height of my existing home, which I presume some of the staff had potential issues with. And lastly, there might be a slight bit of confusion with the ground floor area on the home shown on the application. I accidentally excluded the garage and rear sunroom. So on paper, it may appear that my home is much smaller than it really is. And in contrast to the proposed garage, the garage may look almost as big as the existing home, which isn't the case. And I'll touch on that in my presentation. Just to provide a little bit of background, my home has been in my family for over 50 years. I grew up a resident of Rockton. I'm very familiar with the area and the character of the homes in Rockton as well. It seems there's really no objections for the most part, as the use itself is permitted, and it seems the concern is strictly about dimensional relief. That's my understanding after reading some of the comments from the staff. So unfortunately, living in the country, having a large-scale property compared to others who may live in perhaps a city environment, it involves having to own several large pieces of equipment, and those equipment require storage. So I mean, I have an ATV for plowing snow, multiple ride-on lawnmowers and tractors, miscellaneous garden equipment for our vegetable garden, and various tools and toolboxes to replace and fix things. I also have a small boat and travel trailer that currently sits in our driveway. So my hope is that I can park these things in my garage that I'm hoping to build, and extend the life of them and keep them in good condition. So the main purpose of the garage is to store all these items, among other household items, and potentially use it to restore my father's muscle car down the road. My wife and I are also expecting a baby this summer, so I'm sure some of you on the committee may have families and can sympathize that my requirements for storage at this point are probably only going to get worse. I have spoken to most of all my surrounding neighbors about the proposed build, and they all told me they have no problem with me moving forward with the build of the garage. If I may just share my screen and just have my presentation that I had shared with Justin yesterday, if that's okay with everyone.
I might have it here. I could load it up here too. Okay.
Sure.
Let's see.
So just a little bit of background. Yeah, sorry, it's a PDF document with multiple pages. So just basically, the following document shows a broader context of development along Old Highway 8. The first photo here that I have, so there was a note on the staff comments quoting, staff are of the opinion that the proposed detached garage is incompatible with the existing residential character of the area. This is a photo of the home that was constructed last year in Rockton. And if I may address how consistency is applied, this and 3 other homes of similar size and larger were constructed directly surrounding my property to the rear on the north side. Despite the size of these homes, they were permitted to proceed with construction. I feel in comparison, my rear yard accessory building is far less visual and neighborhood impact. If you could go to the next page. So the next 4 pages, basically what they demonstrate is some other similar garage builds in the town of Rockton, and show scale in contrast to the home on the property. So this first one here, on the upper portion of the page, you can see the home that's kind of depicted, and I've done this based on Google Google Earth, with the software they have built in with measuring. So you can see on the upper portion is the house, and the lower portion is the garage. And in comparison, the garage, it's roughly about 10% less than the overall size of the home. So almost, very similar to the size of the home. If you can go to the next page, please. The next page here is 757 Old Highway 8, another one of my neighbors down the street. In comparison, the garage is nearly twice the size of the overall size of the single detached dwelling on the property. If you could go to the next page, please. The next property here is 759 Old Highway 8, another one of my neighbors. The home itself in the garage is roughly half the size of the overall size of the home. And then if you can go to the next page, please. This is 763 Old Highway 8, another one of my neighbors. In comparison, the garage is almost equal to the overall size of the home. I don't want to take up too much time. I mean, these are just a few examples of some of the homes and garages in Rockton. Of these 4 properties, 2 of the garages are equal to or taller than what I'm proposing, and 2 of them are only slightly shorter. In comparison, my garage is almost half the size of the overall gross area of my home. If you could maybe go to the next page, please. So what I've sort of just, highlighted here is my site plan that I've sent in. And just what I touched on at the beginning, just clarifying one of the 3 notes just in regards to the overall area of the home. There might be a little bit of confusion with the way the ground area was calculated on my application. With that being said, yeah, I'm hopeful that the approximate reduction of a meter to the variance to 6.55 meters would be acceptable. If not, I mean, there's some less desirable compromises I could propose that would sacrifice the overall use of the garage. Overall, I'm happy to meet with the committee staff to resolve this and find a common ground in an agreeable height. But overall, I hope I demonstrated consistency with some of the other existing neighboring properties. And thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can we have a from staff whether they're okay with the height being lowered?
Through the chair to the committee, staff are open to discussing reductions and revisions with the applicant. That's why we're recommending a tabling.
Okay.
But at the moment, we couldn't say if we support anything or not on the floor. We don't have any materials to review.
Thank you. Committee?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, including the comments as well as the reduced maximum height of 6.55.
You want to approve it? You're making a motion to approve it?
Yes.
Motion by, seconded by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? 1 opposed. Carried.
Sorry, through the chair, so was that, just want to just confirm, there was a change in the variance, is that correct?
Lowering the height.
The maximum height of 6.55.
Just give me a moment, yeah. 6 point, just need to make a note. Okay, so for variance 1,
Yep.
reduced from 6.9 to 6.55.
Yep.
Okay. And also to the applicant or agent, maybe afterwards, after this hearing, if you could send those revised drawings and the materials to us, to our email.
Absolutely.
cofa@hamilton.ca, okay? All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application. A252290, 1122 Gore Road, Flamborough. Applicant is S. Wilson and owner is G. Overmeyer. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gary Overmeyer, and this is Chelsea Overmeyer.
Good morning.
We're here for a minor variance for the address of 1122 Gore Road. I understand the staff is recommending to table because they're unclear of whether there will be development beyond the existing building footprint, but I can confirm that there will not be. This project is simply building a second story on top of an existing farm shop, and the foundation and footprint stay exactly as they are. There is no expansion to the building. There is no new grading or excavation. The septic system is existing, and there are no trees being removed. Regarding parking, there is ample room for the 2 required parking spaces on the existing driveway. And yeah, the plan is for my family to move up in the ADU that we'd hope to build above the shop. So my husband and 2 kids. That's the plan.
Any questions? Staff got anything on the height there in the building?
So the building you want to go up is on an existing foundation?
Yes.
So if hypothetically, then the one condition doesn't really apply, or may not apply, about a tree protection plan.
That's correct, yeah. So we're not disrupting any lands.
And that obviously triggers the second condition. So if we go ahead and approve it, those disappear, and the only thing left is the height.
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, staff.
Through the chair, since you want to hear from planning.
No, no, okay.
If you proceed to approve this, the one recommendation that I would make is that you apply that the approval only apply to the site plan that was submitted with the application. Without that, the minor variance for future, let's say somebody else were to buy the property, they could build an ADU that's 14, I don't have the height in front of me, but 14 meters tall. So just to ensure that the intent of this minor variance is captured for the second story to be the ADU of the shop, I would recommend applying the current drawings that were submitted with the application as a condition.
Okay, thanks. Do you understand what she was trying to say?
She wants current drawings?
We'll approve it without the height, is that right?
So through the chair, with the application, there was a site plan submitted that showed the location of the buildings. We would just like the minor variance to apply to the buildings as shown on that site plan.
Okay.
That would be the request from the planning department.
But the building's not going to change the site where it is?
No.
No. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the application, eliminating the 2 conditions, and that SK1 submitted with the application be included.
Seconder on that? Nick? All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you so much.
Through the chair, would the proposed notes be included?
Yeah.
Yes, sure, okay. Okay, next we have a consent application, B25094, 190 Highway number 8, Flamborough. Agent is Webb Planning Consultants J. Webb, and applicant is Hayden Holmes. Now, believe the agent is here, and they can clarify if necessary. I believe they were going to be requesting to table the application. Is that correct? Or correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the agent is here on WebEx.
Good, where are we now? Afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, yep, here you
Okay, so yes, pursuant to the comments from the Secretary Treasurer, we are in agreement to table this application. And I'll maybe just take a moment just to give you a bit of background, bit of an update in terms of where we are and why we're fine with tabling this. So For the information of the committee, this is a parcel of land that is within a designated settlement area and is zoned for the uses that are being proposed. So my client has acquired the property, and they intend to proceed with the development that is essentially permitted as of right. The lands are approved for single-family homes, but there is concerns with respect to private services, because this is within a settlement area that all of the homes rely on private wells and private septics. We've designed the layout in terms of the 5 lots to be created such that all of them comply with zoning. And the zoning is rather significant here in that it requires minimum 2-acre lot sizes based on the sensitivity that was previously identified through a sub-watershed study. So we're not looking through this application to in any way over-intensify or overdevelop the property. We're looking to develop in accordance with the framework that is in place when my clients bought the property. We have undertaken a number of studies. We've got a fully completed EIS that's ready to be submitted. There's been significant site activity in terms of soil testing and groundwater studies, and those studies we had submitted to the committee with our application a preliminary report saying that based on preliminary findings, we were confident that we were okay with meeting the reasonable use guidelines for lot sizes and everything. But that testing is soon to be completed and will just further reinforce the objectives of the city to ensure that when we develop these properties, we will in no way be impairing any of the existing groundwater that neighboring properties rely upon. So I think a tabling isn't inappropriate here because we recognize that, you know, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of getting those studies submitted, reviewed, and commented on. So I think what we will do is we'll take that recommendation, work collaboratively with staff to put those reports in front of them so that they can undertake a preliminary screening and review, and ideally then come back to this committee with a much streamlined recommendation report in terms of the recommendations that would need to be attached to these applications for consent. I'll work with the Secretary Treasurer in terms of trying to set up some timelines for when we'll come back. Ideally, I don't want to delay this too long, but allow staff some time to review the reports that we've prepared. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, those are my comments. I'd be pleased to answer any questions as it relates to what we're proposing on the land and potentially responding to any of the comments from the neighbors. I will make the one comment. I did read some of the letters. There's a comments that we're removing significant amounts of trees. That's not the case here. This is an old farm field. It abuts a natural heritage feature to the back of the property, conservation area, and we've taken the approach of complete avoidance. We've applied a 30-meter setback as the minimum recommendations that would be otherwise required, and we are staying entirely out of that area. So, in my opinion, it's a good and appropriate development that fully implements a framework that's existing today. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope to be back in front of you in short order, and I'd be pleased to assist the committee had they any initial questions. Thank you.
In other words, you're recommending table it, so that's what we'll deal with here.
That's the long-winded answer to yes, we are in agreement with the recommendation to table.
Bob?
Make a motion to table as per the applicant.
Moved by Bob to table. Second by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Tabled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the applicant or agent. We'll be in touch with you in terms of next steps on how to proceed. If there's any members of the public, either in council chambers or on WebEx, so since the application has been tabled, there is no discussion on the application because it's not being considered by the committee. However, if you have not provided your contact information to us, please make sure you do. If you're here, fill out an interested party form here in council chambers, or conversely, if you haven't sent us any kind of email correspondence in the past, please contact us at cofa@hamilton.ca, and we will notify you when there are any updates on this application. Okay? Thank you. Next, we have a minor variance application, A26008, 38 Silver Meadow Gardens, Flamborough. Applicant is K. Shaw. Owner is O. Okinbola. I believe we have an interested party Amir Kasim, are you here? Amir Kasim? WebEx, or are you on WebEx, or are you here in council chambers? Okay, I don't see them. Okay, is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of Committee of Adjustment. My name is Kruti Shah. My address is 4 Abacus Road, Unit 12. My company name RJCAT Solution. I'm representing this application on behalf of my client Olu, and the application address is 38 Silver Meadow Gardens. I have read the staff recommendation report. I'm happy with that. If any question, please ask.
Anybody have any questions? Committee?
Make a motion to approve the application with comment and
notes.
Conditions? There's no conditions.
Moved by Donna, second. Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, next we have this is the last application for this hearing today. It's a minor variance application, A26009, 11 Hager Creek Terrace, Flamborough. Applicant K. Shaw, owner A. Akimbola. Again, I'll just ask again, there was an interested party, Amir Kasim. Are you here? Okay, I don't believe they're here. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we have the different applications, same street 11s. The next is street 11 Hager Creek. I'm happy with the staff report. Please ask if you have any question.
Committee got any questions? Janica, I see you're going for your button.
I'll make a motion to approve with the proposed notes.
Okay, moved by Janica, seconder. Everybody seconded. Okay, Donna, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
And through the chair, now we'll proceed to chair and staff announcements. Is there any announcements through the chair or anything? Okay, I don't believe there is. I will provide some updates in terms of Ontario Land Tribunal appeals. We did just receive an appeal for, it's a consent application. It is B25087, which was 117 Loudon Avenue. The appeal, it's been appealed by the city. I believe previously the committee, you approved this application, but there were some conditions that were removed. The city has elected to appeal that decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So we'll start to put together the appeal package and forward it on to the OLT.
What was the date on that when it was approved?
117 Loudon was, I think that was, let me just check, 117. I believe it was the last hearing, January 20th.
A year ago, yeah.
Or last month's Committee of Adjustments hearing, yeah.
Oh, January.
And then, I previously told the committee there was an appeal for, it was a consent and a minor variance application, 282 DeWitt. Yeah, 282 DeWitt Road. I will note that those appeals, that appeal has been withdrawn. It was filed by the city. It's been withdrawn. So the original decision of the committee will now stand. And then there was another consent application. It was 40 Church. And that, the Committee of Adjustment had heard that I think it was in October of 2025. The OLT has approved that severance. And I believe there's conditions attached to that, and they'll have to satisfy that. And then there was 28, I believe it was 28 Oakley. That was another severance, and that was, I believe the committee denied that application. It was then appealed by the applicant to the OLT, and the OLT has approved, has permitted that severance, and there would be conditions there they'd have to satisfy. If any of the members, if I hadn't provided it to you, if you wanted a copy of those decisions, I can forward them on to you for your review. Okay?
Nick?
Yeah, I'll make a note. Yeah, I'll send them over to you. Yeah, maybe I'll forward, the 40 Church and the 28 Oakley, I'll get those decisions to the members. I'll send them over to you after the hearing. Okay? There wasn't anything else?
Any other question, Bob?
Oh, sorry.
Just a note on that 40 Church application, the OLT approved it. And they were very concerned about all the comments from the neighbors around and everything that we discussed. And they put right in there that they have to meet all the concerns with their application going forward, which I thought was good. Because it gets out the traffic and the stormwater, et cetera, and it was right there in the OLT decision. It just wasn't approved. It was approved with, you got to do this, this, and this, which I think was nice to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, of course, it doesn't include anything about the trees that they're going to be chopping down.
Yeah.
So,
Anything else?
Is there a motion to
Is there a motion to close? Bob? Donna? All in favor? Nobody's going to be opposed. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We adjourn at 1:26 PM, and I believe our next scheduled